Assuming that we are live, welcome everyone, welcome to this live stream. Today I'll be practicing my black repertoire. Sorry, I paused there for a second. I was, I was thinking about what I was gonna say. I'm gonna practice 1d6 with the black pieces, which means that after knight f3, e4, d4, c4, which are the most popular first four moves for white, I will reply d6 against all of them, and I'll see how that goes. I haven't actually bought the course, the Chessable course of Leon Levaich, which some of you may have heard, and some of you may have clicked on this live stream just because of that, because of he has been popularizing it, or maybe someone else before him. But that's the reason why I'm playing it. I haven't even bought the course, but I do think that he knows what he's talking about, and clearly he knows what he's talking about. Him and the Romanian grandmaster, I forgot his name, but yeah, I'll be practicing that. Hopefully this is all up and running. Excellent connection, nice. I like to see that. Let's click on this, let's click on that. Let's change the layout for a second. Let's force an online check here. I'm gonna reload the page. Potentially. These things are usually pretty... There we go. I was thinking of playing the In Memoriam Daniel Naroditsky. Of course, some of us are moving on from the tragedy. But yeah, I mean, I would play this, but if I start playing Bullet, this live stream will become less instructive. So I'm just going to dive into 3+0. Potentially we're going to change it to 3+2. I'm going to go 3+0. It's still going to be pretty competitive, and I'm going to try to not lose my mind. But essentially I am going to practice this mainly. Are they going to abort? So I'm going to play 1d3 with white just to keep it consistent. I want to practice these sort of positions from both colors. Some of you may think, David, you're just wasting your white. Just true to some extent. Okay, so here, I think g3 makes sense, given that black has stopped e4. I'm going to go g3, bishop g2. This is a King's Indian attack structure. So bishop d4. I'm going to go castle short side. I can also go bishop f4 right away. Actually, this is an interesting question. I'm going to go bishop f4 right away. I don't want to allow e5. I'm going to go bishop f4 now. Should I take f3? I'm not too sad about this, because now I have the bishop pair. Or should I move this bishop? Bishop g5. Play a little bit quicker. Hello, Siderite. Oh no. I had no idea about that. I'm sorry about that. Well, I'll write it down. Maybe I should do this first before I'll write that down. There we go. I had no idea why these YouTube does these things. Hello, Viking. I'm doing well, thank you. How about you? Okay, I'm gonna have to give up my bishop pair. I'm gonna go c4. So the good thing about this is, even though I am losing my bishop pair, I am gaining light squares, and I happen to have a light squared bishop. Not only that, but this bishop on f6 very often is not incredible. I'm gonna take with the knight. I can damage the pawn structure here, and I think I will. Because once again, that bishop on f6 is not great. And you're gonna say, well, David, you weakened your light squares, but I don't see any way black can exploit that. e4 is a move to try to get rid of this weakness and this blockade to activate the bishop, potentially trade this knight for this bad bishop. But one of the reasons behind this move, rook c1, is that I'm taking on c6, and I'm taking on d8 and c7. I think the endgame should be good for me. And now I'm realizing it's not that easy. So I'm going to play pawn to e3. I couldn't play queen takes d8 followed by rook takes e7 so easily because e2 was hanging. Very soon I'm going to have to stop explaining my moves so meticulously because I can't afford it. Rook takes c7, rook d8, I go rook d7. Okay, now it's just a kind of a pawn race. I'm going to go queen d5. Forcing the queen exchange because I'm hitting both the queen and the rook. I mean, technically queen d8 is possible. Rook d7. This looks wrong. I can take on f7 and then take on a2. I can take on a2 and then on a5. My opponent resigns. Good lord. This is a very weird game. I mean, I was going to play against him on the game before this. For some reason, he aborted. And then now he's resigning in this position, which is equal, I think. Okay, it's not equal, but it's not easy. I guess I'm taking on a5 eventually. What about queen a6? Okay. It is winning. I wasn't too sure about this. Okay. Nice start. But yeah, I have no idea about that. Is it alright? I've been practicing to play with this pawn, so I can fiddle with it. I feel the need to fiddle with something. I think it helps my concentration to some extent, and I do it in real tournaments as well. So consider doing that if you are a nervous player, as myself, or go to the gym. This is an even better way of getting rid of anxiety. Oh, 94. 94 was blunder in this game. Oh, it wasn't blunder. Rook b2. Yeah, I have to manage my energy properly. We're not getting a game. No one wants to play with us. How did you like Leech's tools? What did I tell you? I told you that I like the idea of managing your chapters better. I took a look at that. But if I'm completely honest, I briefly checked some of them, but I forgot most of them already. I'm gonna go, oh, what am I doing? Okay, let's see if we can transpose into some sort of Philidor. So let's go d3 now. So we will go for some d3 action. It's just that we failed to play it right away. Okay, black goes d5. Black goes d5 without playing knight f6 first, so we're just going to take and play knight c3 and make the most of it. So we can play a bishop e2. This makes sense. Okay, that's castle. So we have this structure. Knight b5 followed by d4 is a candidate move. d4 right away. d4 right away looks tempting. Castle's queenside is a little bit discouraging. I'm gonna just develop my bishop on e3. Okay, bishop e3 followed by a6. The inclusion of these moves makes me feel like d4 is gonna be even stronger. Knight e4 is a candidate move as well. Knight e4, queen d5, c4. Queen e1, queen c1, d4. d4 castle's queenside, d takes e5, f takes e5. Okay, this looks fine. e4 does not h4, I think. Okay, we're simply gonna take. Takes. I did forget that c2 was hanging in the end of the line, but I'm assuming I have enough compensation. I mean, my opponent's so underdeveloped. It would be surprising I didn't have anything. But the castle's queenside, maybe my opponent is less underdeveloped. I still think I have some compensation along the c file. Rook c1 or rook fc1? Rook ac1 or rook fc1 is my question. Not sure. I'm gonna go here just because I have bishop f3 after bishop d3. Okay. It proved to be not Critical? Oh, maybe it is critical because it's still bishop f3 and queen 95. 95 is coming. Okay. Not sure what I'm threatening. I'm actually blundering stuff. Rook takes e7 is a beautiful tactic. And I think I have rook takes b7. Okay, let's just go for this. Okay, let's take here. Now we have 2 pieces for the rook, which is of course good news. Okay, let's go knight d4, 96. That's annoying. Let's go knight b3, knight c5. I'm not worried about b2 because rook b1 and all of a sudden knight a5. I'm attacking b7 with 1,000 pieces. Okay, let's go g3, king g2, creating an escape square. Let's go rook c1. Provoking bishop takes b2 even more. Let's provoke that even more. Okay, let's go rook c2 now. enough provoking. Actually, maybe I'm not playing this incredibly well. Rook c8. Okay, let's go rook d2. Let's go rook e2. Yeah, I'm not playing this incredibly well. Knight d2. I'm gonna have to sacrifice b2 in a suboptimal way. I'm taking on b6 though. Bishop takes b2, knight e4, knight c4. Knight c4 is strong. b3 now is strong and knight c4. A second, bishop e4 maybe was even stronger. I'm a little bit confused here. Rook c2 is not working because I have bishop e4. So yeah. I have 30 seconds to keep an eye on the clock. Okay, let's go king g2. Okay. I believe in this. I am trading a pair of rooks, but it's okay. Should be fine. Taking this guy. I mean, bishop b5, attacking this looks like it's a blunder, but I have a knight c6. Schach. Not sure what I'm doing here. Just come back. Oh. Minor mistake there. Sure what I'm doing. Okay, now I'm absolutely winning. There we go. Okay, let's just take pawns. What am I doing? Good lord, I used to be good at this. There we go. Ay, ay, ay. I always get anxiety at a tournament. Even when I have a winning position, I start shaking. This is absolutely normal. It's actually, I don't know when people started thinking that you shouldn't be shaking when you're winning. And when you're winning, like, this is a common misconception. When you're winning, it's understandable you're shaking. How on earth are you not shaking? You have to learn how to not shake. absolutely understandable. When you're winning, you have to understand how to behave. I don't know if being extra careful is what works best for you. I don't know if having a balance between being confident and being careful is it works differently for everyone. Then again, I have to add some features there in the chapters. Okay. It looked very complete and looks quite. It seems like you're probably getting very good feedback from the community. I don't use anything because I don't need it. Unless I hear about some feature that, I don't know. I don't think I need anything. I'm pretty minimalistic in that sense. That's what I like about leeches. It's very non-invasive. Have you thought about things that chess base has that leeches doesn't? Potentially, maybe. There's some ideas there. Like filter searching by position in chapters or something like that. Not sure. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go for another one. Stanley. Is he playing in the... Seems like he's playing in the Naroditsky Memorial. I will cover that with an external app that will handle large databases like ChessBase. Wow, you thought about that already. Respect. That's what... I mean, I've said it many times, I think. It's surprising that the best thing we have is ChessBase for managing databases. I mean, I know leeches is pretty nice, but when it comes to managing databases, you can't filter list, you can't calculate, or you can't search by structure, for example. ChessBase is just feels ancient. You have to even buy it with cereal. I mean, clearly outdated. Okay, we get c4. We're playing with the black pieces. We're gonna go d6 as advertised. So knight c3. White is not playing d4 because they're avoiding the English rat, so they play knight c3. I'm gonna play e5. We could transpose with d4, of course, but they go g3, and I'm just gonna push f5. So now I have the center. We're gonna get this structure in which I'm going to play. I'm gonna start with bishop e7 just to prevent any bishop g5. It's good practice. I'm gonna play knight f6 and f3. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna castle. Pretty natural. It is a blitz game, so I have to play a little bit more intuitively. Okay, c6. f6 e4 is annoying. Can I sacrifice that pawn? Not sure I can. I'm gonna have to play c6 here. I'm not sure if I want to go d5. I'm gonna play knight e6, knight c7 first. I'm not extremely fond of my position. Wow! Viking? Thank you! Oh, Zar. What was that? Thank you. I'm confused. You didn't have to, Viking. I don't know what that was. Everybody uses chess-based, everybody hates it. Exactly. I'll read the rest of that after this game. All good, sir. No, Viking. Thank you. That's insane. You're doing amazing amazingly as a moderator. On top of that, you do that? Please. What am I doing with my position? I rerouted the bishop to this grand diagonal. Okay, I'm gonna close things off because I feel like d6 is gonna be super weak. Okay, let's go bishop d7. I don't know what to say. Okay, let's play rook e7. Let's go a6, b5. It's gonna be tough to not lose this. Let's go b5 regardless. Takes, I go d5, I think. It's more important to grab the center. I think d4 is the threat, although knight e4 is very tempting. Okay, let's go. e4 looks good. They want to provoke me into taking the rook on e5. But I'm not gonna do that. My dark square bishop. Oh, bishop d4. I'm so bad. But funnily enough, I have some compensation here. But yeah, that was poor. Knight d2. Wow. Ah, okay. Everybody uses chess based on every height. I will take some time before I replace it. Anyway, thanks for the feedback and look, thank you to the right. I'm gonna try to fix the subscriber thing. Viking, let's talk about what you did. What? Thank you very much, Viking. You didn't have to. I hope to get to the point where... And that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm gonna try to good show chess. Show good chess. Wow. This is what the effect of positive feedback is doing here. Okay, let's go d6. We did lose the last game. We got a decent position, but kind of got lost in time trouble. I'm gonna go knight f6, knight c3, and then e5. I could have gone to e5 before and getting in to the Philidor endgame like that. But Leon Levic likes to get into the endgame with the inclusion of knight f6, knight c3. h3 is pretty well known. I'm gonna make this useful waiting move, which is a5. White goes a4, occupying space in the queen side. I can go c6, but I can also take right away, as far as I'm concerned. I wonder if a move like h6 is useful. I think I'm not gonna waste any time. I'm gonna take and play knight e5. And after this, potentially knight c6. That was my idea, at least. So I go knight c6, claiming, and then I'm gonna take and play c6. Not sure actually. I'm gonna go rook e8, put pressure on e4, which is one of the reasons or ideas behind this. Bishop f8, bishop g5, h6. Actually, there's some tactics there. The bishop f8 looks pretty scary, so I'm just going to play intuitively and play c6. Trying to go bishop e6. Oh, wait a second. Why on earth did I do that? Takes on e5 is pretty horrible. Okay, we're on a worse position now. I got a little bit excited there. I'm gonna go knight d5, keeping the tension, making things a little bit unclear. Let's stick with the bishop. And bishop f4 here was my idea. Potentially e5 after that. And Viking. Just a small dono, big ones coming. No. I couldn't take more. No, please, Viking, you. I'm more than happy with that. More than happy. Queen h3, knight f4. I think it works. g3 doesn't work, so knight f4, because queen h3 and then takes a knight f4. Don't worry. YouTube ads hopefully cover the expenses. You know what I mean. Whoa, I'm lagging. I'm lagging. Bishop c7. Just preventing any c4, bishop b6 ideas. Now there's no bishop b6 because of the bishop on c7. Knight c5, I'm in time for e5. Just checking my ping. 21, okay. We have to be tactically aware here. So we're slightly worse. Okay, let's go knight b4. Well, that was pretty silly. I think I have e5 here. Knight c2 is also an idea, but that one's risky. Somehow it may be working though. Okay, knight d3 or knight d5? Knight d3, I'm not sure. So let's go knight d5, bishop c1 I'm expecting, and then maybe knight b6. Knight f6 is also a counter move. Actually, knight f6 may be strong because now my pawn on e5 is not as weak. I do have a weak f6 pawn in exchange, but maybe that's not as bad as the other. Okay. Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm doing here. I'm not liking what I'm doing. Let's come here. Okay, infinite resistance. Trade pawns. Yeah, this was very poor. Very poor. I'm not even pushing anything in time. Yeah. Or that. Yeah. Good game. What was wrong with me there? Let's see. So we played all of these. H3 is a natural move. It's a small down. Oh, that was a new message. H3 is the third most popular move. Yeah, rook e1 and a4 made more sense. Rook e1, I'm just out of curiosity. What did black play? e6, a4, a5, h3, and then e takes d4 is the line. Then knight c5 with the idea of bishop e6 takes and f takes. I see. Okay, all of this makes sense. Bishop d2, knight takes c3, bishop. Okay, fair enough. So when I go h3, when they go h3, I'm gonna go a5. e64 had to be played according to the engine. We get a color or English with white, please, sir. I'll try. I'll try. Yes, c5 makes sense. And knight g6, but okay, I'm not familiar with the idea. What's the idea? a6? Fuck. Knight g6 is a very high level move. It demonstrates someone is familiar with the structures. If you go c5, make a hole on d5, you would expect something. You would expect something concrete like c4. Followed by c takes b3, which happens to be the second most, the second best move, but knight g6 is just beyond my comprehension. You're just threatening a6 and it doesn't make sense. You're weakening d5 for no reason in my eyes. But okay. I guess you do have a bishop on e7, so not that bad. But I went a5, and after a4 we're kind of transposing into big theory. Here I took on d4, which is not as good. And then I went knight e5 followed by knight c6. So the plan here doesn't apply. I think the plan there works when you go a4, a5. Potentially here rook e1. Takes until knight e5. Not sure when this idea of knight c6 is working properly. But it seems like c6 takes and knight c5 is easier to carry. And understand as well. So knight c5 here. And after rook e1, c6, or the inclusion of c6. Okay. Okay. Well, we live and we learn. Meek Mammoth. Good luck. Catalan or English? Okay. I choose the Catalan. Neo-Catalan, maybe this is... I think this is a little bit more challenging. Yeah, c5 is... I usually have this with the black pieces, so let's just switch this. Okay. So c4 makes sense here. Playing for the center. Okay. This makes sense. Not blundering any 94 tricks, followed by queen f6 quickly. I mean, I'll always have knight c3 that way. D takes e4, B takes e4 is absolutely fine. We're just trying to play a reversed Benoni after d4. Superior version of that. Let's go d3. Although e3, I'm not sure if we're scared of d3. I don't think so, but I'm not sure at the same time. Let's go d3 first. I'm gonna follow that up with e3. Put my knight on c2, which is well known to be the best square for our pieces. Very often in these positions, I go bishop g5, bishop takes f6, give up the dark square bishop for the sake of not struggling in space anymore. Also, getting rid of a pair of minor pieces, specifically that. So that's why my pawn goes h6, by the way. I was gonna say, just finishing that thought, getting rid of a pair of minor pieces is usually beneficial for white in these structures, for the same reason that white is struggling in space. With like space disadvantage, not like science space. So we're gonna follow up with e3. I did allow bishop f5, but I I don't know. It feels wrong for black to delay castling for such a long time. So I'm not sure. I mean, knight h4, bishop h7, f4 comes to mind. Okay, so bishop d6 is played. b4 comes to mind. e3 comes to mind. I'm gonna go e3. Castle short side, I'm gonna take on d4 and play bishop a3 potentially. This is a good question. The knight takes e3 is an idea, obviously, like this is one way of taking. Bishop takes e3 is another way. And I'm a little bit worried about knight g4. Don't have time to think though. Okay, should we go? How do we put pressure on c5? Let's go h3. Maybe a little bit too optimistic. But I do want to prevent knight g4. Okay. Rook e1. King h2. Trying to go for knight h4 at some point. Playing this pretty terribly. Okay, let's come here. Maybe I should take my... Oh! Knight to b5. Okay. How do we approach this? Let's try this one. I want my queen on f3. Just an Iranian man. There are other messages there. I'm gonna check. Bishop takes h6. Okay, let's complicate. We find a way. We have a chance of complicating, we will. Okay, bishop takes d3, rook d1. Bishop takes d3. There's also knight e3. Bishop e3, rook e3. We don't have time. Pretty sad move, this one. Potentially blundering e4, but I think I'm holding on somehow after this, and I'm on top of that threatening bishop takes g7. Whoa. Completely blundered that. Ah! I pre-moved king f3 and they played g4. What a genius. Sorry about that, Viking. I mean, I think we were doing well. Let's see what the engine has to say. Have you got another camera yet, sir, for Title Tuesday streams? Well, that's no longer the problem, although you have good memory. I think for now, Title Tuesday, first of all, it's on Tuesday, and there's no way I can stream on Tuesdays because I'm in uni and then I'm teaching. So it's tough. It's tough on Tuesdays. If I even if it's holidays, let's say, if I play Title Tuesday, I think I need to look into the Proctor software that they're using and figure out what's going on there. Just an Iranian man. A quick question: if you practice 11 hours a day, won't you go crazy? 11 hours a day of chess, yes, you will go crazy. Now that's why you have to balance it out with healthy things. Can't tell you, you're obviously not serious. You will go crazy. Yeah, 11 hours a day is too much. That's insane. Every day, 11 hours with no break in the week. That's insane. But maybe that's what it takes to be a super GM. I think 4 hours 4 times a week is already quite a lot, and that's good enough to get you to titled player level. At least if you're at the right in the right age, which is what I did when I was 14. Okay, let's take a look at this game because I clearly messed up. You are a chess player. Hamidi chess, I feel like I've already searched that. Is that what he did? Okay, we're playing, so far we're fine with this Neo-Catalan stuff. So he goes e6 followed by c5, which makes tons of sense. We go c4, they go knight c6, and here I should have taken on d5 according to the opening book. Followed by d4. This makes tons of sense, actually. I would have expected that if I was playing with the black pieces, as I'm most of the time playing in that. But b3 is interesting. So they go d4, very principled, well done. And I was scared of d3. So e3 is clearly, I mean, there's two best moves here. If I remove my camera and put it somewhere else. Whoa. Where should I put myself? If you take a look at the engine, e3 and d3 are equally, but it is depth 30. In order to understand such a complex position in the opening, potentially depth 50, depth 60 is the professional level, but okay, depth 30 is not that bad. Either way, we went d3, which can't be that bad. h6. Once again, my opponent played very well. Understood this very well, because bishop e7, I'm assuming I go bishop g5. Well, never mind, I don't understand anything. I was going to play bishop g5 and potentially take here. But okay, e3. So maybe h6 is just, I don't know. I don't know why it would be the top engine move if bishop g5 is not a threat. Like bishop d6 right away then. And when knight a3. Once again, I think e3 was the best. Breaking the center right away, but I decided to put my knight on c2 first. But it was too slow, so this is my mistake. This is where my opening advantage, or even that, is already gone. My small edge went away, and equalization was even more difficult. But they messed up. I didn't realize it. Knight takes e3 looked a little bit weakening d4, and I couldn't figure out what was going on here. But it turns out that I can put my knights in e3 and d2, and I'm completely fine. Tough to evaluate. I went for this, and then it's just too slow, and d3 is too weak. So once I get into this position, it's -1. So black is clearly better. Or black is better. Still not a decisive advantage. The magic number is minus 0.5, 1.5 in this case. If it was white winning, it would be plus 1.5, the decisive advantage. I'm gonna stop blocking the chat. He's a cheater. I am Kramnik. Very intense things, very controversial stuff going in the chat, as always. Okay, and let's take a look at how I messed up later on. So we got a winning position at some point, I'm quite sure. Oh yeah, bishop takes g3, but this is already in the time trouble. I mean, it's insane. I have no awareness of anything. I'm gonna put this here for a second. I'm going to the toilet. I'll be back. What is my answer about FM Hamidi? I'm not sure. I am not sure. What is going on in this game? What is absolutely winning? Okay, let's go back into 000. I'm gonna try to play another Catalan to kind of, you know, reivindicate myself. Bishop g4 and bishop f5 are common moves here, making the most of black's, well, the fact that black hasn't played e6 yet. How do we approach this actually? We can actually just act like this is the King's Indian. And we're playing against some sort of London. What was the setup there? Double fianchetto. I think you can approach this in this way. I'm gonna go d3. Kind of a King's Indian-ish move, but also has the idea of just playing knight h4. And getting the bishop there. And this would result in a better King's Indian, question mark. And knight d7 I completely forgot about. I calculated knight takes g4, but not knight d7. It is a passive looking move though. So there must be a way of maybe punishing it, but we're not gonna get the bishop here anymore. Go for bishop f4 or c4. Let's go bishop f4. Bishop d6. Bishop takes d6. Hello, Dev. Long time no see. Hope you've been having a good day. Knight bd2 makes sense. c4 here. Yeah, maybe c4 here makes sense. If there takes, I get knight c3 instead of knight d2. Knight c3 being a little bit more active. I can take and play knight c3. Loosening d5. I think I'm going to play knight c3, keeping the tension. Okay, knight b6. That's a weird square for a knight. What about knight b5? c65, 95. C takes d5, b3. b3 is weird, and I'm playing 3+0, and I keep forgetting. So let's castle. h5. I have no idea what I'm gonna play. Probably g5. Okay, let's speed up. Let's speed up. The h file is open, sure. There's no obvious way of getting into it. It does look very scary though. Super scary. Okay, now I'm not that unhappy. Potentially I can squeeze this. No anymore. Rook c1, let's hit this first. And then take on d4. Useful inclusion. Let's trade queens. Take on b7. Invade. Drop back. King g2. Rook c1. Rook b7. To be much quicker. It's a little bit scary. I'm gonna flag. Quite honestly, I deserve it. Um, how do you stop this? Ay. I was close-ish. Not really. My opponent gave me many more chances, like much more than I deserved. I should have taken with the rook though. The tension was too much. I failed. Rook f3 is of course very strong. Should have kept a rook as well, but that's already practically speaking. Hey Dave, bro. What do you do for a living? For the moment, a little bit of coaching, and I'm completely honest, technically just going in depth with the government, given that I'm a student. What time is it in Mexico? It's 11 a.m. in Iran. In Mexico, it's around 1 p.m. I know, yeah, 1 p.m., 1:16. Here in the UK, though, it's 7:16. I'm curious about this one, just because it kind of looked like a King's Indian for a second, so it has to do with the title. So c4 is the main line. No, castle short side is the main line. And after e6, okay, people do play d3. People play h6 to create an escape square. And I play knight bd2. So you do approach this as a King's Indian attack. I see. I remember now. And people go queen e1. Just not the best move. The best move is b3. Quite interestingly. People play b3. This one scores the best, by the way. That's one of the reasons why I'm looking at it. b3. Also short side. Should b2. And a5, a3. Yeah. It's essentially a... I don't know what to call it. Like it's many things. It's the Stonehenge. It's a Sicilian hedgehog structure, especially after c4 and queen c2. Sorry about that. Explosive sneeze. So they're gonna go for a hedgehog, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's what you play against the London with black. So for example, if white goes d4, they go d6, and they go for this. You play exactly the same thing. You go g6, bishop g7, knight bd7, castles, and you go b6 for the double fianchetto. It's essentially the same thing, but with the white pieces. We have a Gambi in our chess class named Gambi Aliyari. He's truly a masterpiece. Is it a game? I won't challenge you. Okay, what's your leech's username? Let's do puzzles. It was invented by one person. It's really interesting. The Gambit. Creating something that hasn't been created before in chess is quite an achievement. I doubt it. Journey to top 9062. Okay, this is a strong player. We're gonna test our d6. Let's go knight f6. g6, bishop g7. Okay, we're gonna transpose into mainline stuff. Okay, never mind. g3. If e4, bishop d4 was Leon Levi's recommendation. But g3, now we're getting into... What are we getting into? I mean, it's a King's Indian. Oh, I know what we're getting into. Castle, and we play bishop f5. think we transpose. Yeah. Do I have to go bishop c8? Yeah, I can go c6. Yeah, I can go knight c6 as well. I recall something like this. It should be fine. Okay, let's occupy the center. Sorry about that. There's also 94. Takes, and I'm playing d4, taking d4. I'm not sure. Let's play 94. It looks, if it works and it's active, it's usually a good idea. Okay, you can have that one. Let's reinforce the knight on d4. Now this bishop is amazing. I wouldn't give it for a rook though. I have to play quicker. This guy seems to understand my slow play. My knight on e6 is like disgusting. Right away disgusting. Where should I put it? Where does it belong? Here? I don't know where to put it actually. King h8. I think I can only make waiting moves and suffer. I'm not getting good positions. We're getting destroyed. Okay. Our knight was on e6 at some point, and it's gonna land on g7, which is not that far from where it started. But I guess it's something. Okay, let's go f6. The light scores are extremely weak now. Okay. Queen a6. Maybe I should have gone queen a4. Queen a4 is a superior version to that. Okay, let's keep pieces on the board. Let's go rook b8 later. There's literally no... I mean, there's no square I can see, at least. There's no square where my knight belongs. There's nowhere. e5 maybe? How do I get there? Okay. How on earth do I improve here? Let's come here. Let's put our knight on f8, trying to go for e5. Okay, we've provoked moves. So let's come here. Let's try to bring back our pieces. We're gonna have to move that knight. That's weird. Let's create confusion. Ooh. Yeah. Kind of losing now. Ah, that's pretty strong. Any tricks? Unlikely. Good game. We're playing strong players. That's good. I need to step up. Yeah, knight c6 doesn't exist. Interesting. I was bluffing for most of that. Diego Ferrara. Long time no see. Oh, there are a couple of comments here. My dream is to see a prestigious chess tournament like the Blitz Chess Championship in London. But hey, when is there no... Yeah. Well, at least there's online stuff. It used to be even worse before, but I understand. You do need a certain amount of freedom, financial freedom, to afford to even spectate these tournaments, let alone try to become a professional tournament player. Good evening, David. How are you? I'm doing well, Diego. I'm doing well. We're practicing here. We're playing against, you know, strong players, 2600s, 2500s. We're practicing 1d6 with black. And I just got a little bit humbled, theoretically humbled. I don't think I've ever used that in a sentence. But yeah, knight h4 is just a nice inclusion from white because it's a draw offer. So after bishop c8, people go knight f3, and it's exactly the same position as we got before bishop f5, which is a little bit annoying. But of course, I wouldn't go for the draw. I don't think white wanted to go for the draw. I think white would have castled or something, and then I would have played somewhere like knight c6 because the knight on h4 does not belong on h4. It was simply to chase away the bishop on f5. So it kind of loses its purpose. It has an existential crisis on h4. Now, what was I supposed to play here? Because this is King's Indian stuff, and the bishop has fianchettoed. Let's see what Magnus played. Magnus played knight c6, then Magnus played c6 as well. Dingler has played c6, Carlsen has played c5. Okay, Carlsen has played 1,000 moves. Let's see what Caruana played. MVL, Aronian, Nakamura, Morosevich. Okay. Knight c6 seems to be the way. Castles. And then what? There are 1,000 moves here. Is bishop f5 not a move here? Actually, it is the best one. The one that scores the best. I know rook b8 is the one that scores the best. But bishop f5, I guess. Knight h4 and then bishop d7. Against e4, e5. Okay. What about d5 here? Not a5, b3, a6. Oof. Yeah, this is where, you know, you really need to know what you're doing. Because your knight on a5, you can't just land a knight on a5 and act like you know what you're doing. a6, b5. Why is b5 not working here? Rook c1? Okay. So I needed to go c5 here. And rook c1, then b5. What? Are we not just transposing? What? Oh, because there's en passant here. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. You go c5. En passant is not that worrying here, and after rook c1, then you go b5. Buy chess ratings. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I wish I could. I need to learn more languages. Can't say it because I don't know the language. Okay. So we go for queenside play. That's the takeaway after d5. Well, we blundered in the opening. And against these guys, that's enough. What would you say is the most sacrificed piece in chess? That's an interesting question. What's the most sacrificed piece? What's the most sacrificed piece in chess? I mean, it has to be pawns, just because they're more, statistically, but aside from that, probably... I'm not sure. Is there a way to confirm this? Knights? Because I'm not sure. Knights? It's not rook. I guess it's tough to define sacrifice. Okay, we got a similar position before. We didn't analyze that game. Yeah, the knight on f4 is very annoying. I'm starting to learn that in the hard way. Let's go c6. If f3, now we have d5. Let's play knight a6. Let's play knight c6. Bishop f1. I don't understand what my opponent is doing. Bishop g2 followed by bishop f1. That's beyond what I can comprehend. d5 seems strong. I've seen this type of moves recommended by the engine. Let's undermine the center. Takes, d5 takes. I am not counting properly. Let's go a6. Okay, now I can take. Not so sad about this one. Felt like I was closer to collapse, to catastrophe before. This is not that bad. What is my threat? d5. Yeah, this makes sense. King f1, king g2, because the rook on h1 is already useful. This game is pretty modern in that sense. Queen b6. And then knight takes d5. I know, but queen takes b5 is check. Thanks to the king on f1. Okay, now we have a little bit more play. Let's go bishop a6, actually. Take this guy. Actually, I take first and then I go e3. Because they're not bishop f3. Threatening d3. Rook c1, I go queen b7. Knight e6, I go d3. This, I go rook takes. Keep an eye on e6. I did miss that. Oy, oy, oy. Extremely scary. Extremely scary. I need to get rid of that knight somehow. Not sure if it's even possible. Okay. You have to take here. that. Yeah, potentially. What am I doing? Am I blundering here? I thought I had takes and knight h6. Oh, there's queen f7 at the end. Wow, that's beautiful. Fair enough. Oh, there's... I don't know what's going on anymore. Let's sacrifice here. Yeah, I'm too slow. I am too slow. What was going on in that game? It's like the third game we lose in a row. E4 is a mistake. Wow, okay, I've been playing this wrong all this time. No wonder I'm getting losing positions. I'm supposed to play knight f6 here. I am... Okay, I'm supposed to play knight f6. And then c6 here, d5, knight takes d5, knight, this is bishop takes g5, no, it's c takes d5 first. Good lord. C takes d5, bishop takes g5, d takes c6, knight takes d6, and this is around equal. So did we mess up in the other game? Sorry, I think we did. So this was wrong about this, but they didn't exploit it. So we kind of transposed into main theory. But here I should have gone queen e8 with the idea of the queen is just slightly better on e8. And I'm going to continue with c6, knight e6, knight c7. And after f3, bishop d8. Ah, that's the second part of the idea. Support e4. Okay. I'm not that good. I'm not that good. I need to understand this position better. Because for the top engine move to be h6, I have no idea. We sacrificed the pawn. I guess we do have dark squared control. But like h6, what is the explanation behind h6? This is insane. g5? Wow. Yeah, I'm not that good. I'm far away from understanding such positions. I mean, g5, even if you do get g5, knight like takes and knight h3, and you know g5 is falling. It's just insane. It's just insane. Okay, now I understand. But what about this? It's just insane. Look at this. Look at this. That's insane. Why not queen h5 right away? It works as well. But it allows this and that. I see. All the minor pieces on the back rank looking like Fisher random. Unfortunate. That's true, actually. But he went bishop f1 back, which I suspected was a mouse slip. C takes d5 was better and drove the pawn. Knight c takes d5. Knight c6 d5. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, king h8. This is equal. Okay. Well, yeah. Maybe I should change the title of the title of the stream to something like studying 1d6 rather than kind of promoting myself. Let's make a change in the dynamics of what we're doing here. Play e4. This is very dubious. I once checked it. So we take, they go d5. And we go d4. And we go bishop e5. And we go knight e5. Let's see. So bishop g5 looks strong here. I think castles should be fine. What about c4? d4. Okay, let's just castle. Let's go bishop d3. Or take once and then bishop d3. Or bishop a4. I'm a little bit scared here. I have to take this. I absolutely blundered that. Rook f8 is probably strong. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to sacrifice the queen. Play knight d2. Shouldn't have allowed that. Okay. I thought not even my original idea is working here, which was g4. Completely losing my mind. Knight takes d4 works. Queen f3. So what do I do? Rook d2? Yeah, that way. Yeah, that works as well. Queen f3 probably makes it better. Yeah, this is completely losing. Good game. Wow. I'm gonna try to get rematch with white. Trying to exploit that. Knight f6. G6. Oh, we're getting this again. Okay, now we know. I technically go bishop f5 here. Because we can go back. We go 94. Okay, this is a sideline. We can go e6. We can go knight c6. We can go c6. Out of those, we can also go c5. Out of those, c5 looks the most active. Knight c6 looks natural. I kind of like knight c6. Just discouraging knight h4. I guess I'm going d6, e6, d5, sorry. e5, can drop back. Knight on e3 is weird, so I'm just gonna drop back. f5, d5, knight c5. e5. And let's just take with the pawn. Okay, rook e8 looks fine. Followed by bishop e6. Pretty nice position. Let's not ruin it. Takes on e4. Bishop e6. Bishop e6, queen f6. Is the idea. Potentially create... Okay, knight takes f2, e4 now. What do we think of that, guys? Talking to myself a little bit here. Okay, let's go for this. I suspect it was missed. If the queen goes to e3, I all of a sudden have bishop f7 idea, so probably queen c2. But I'm not sure. Okay. Duck, knight d4. So I can go c6. I can go knight f3. And then c6. I can go bishop a1. It was a complete maniac. Ay, ay, ay. I think this is what the engine says. Whoa, didn't even consider that. What a move. I'm losing now. One move to another, I'm losing. Pretty cool, huh? Hyper accuracy, huh? Bishop c4 doesn't work. Go here. Then bishop g4. Ah! We're fighting. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. Ah! Ah! Good game. Too slow. Let's keep going. Let's keep trying. Yeah, this is horrible. This is like +1. Let's try to actually refute it. Go bishop d3. Bishop g5 or rook e1. We can take and play rook e1. What about this? Is this the way? I mean, he still has tons of compensation after castle short set and rook takes e6. So I'm kind of, you know, double thinking, like double checking. And queen e8 I also kind of underestimated. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. I'm gonna put a knight on f1. There's not gonna be any mate, as the saying goes. I sent the puzzle on the Discord. I'll check it. I'll check it. All the minor pieces on the background. Oh yeah. Sorry. I don't really reply to that. Okay, knight g3 takes. I'm losing on f3. So I have to do something about that bishop. Let's play bishop d2. It's not doing anything either. There. e5, I'm kind of, yeah, anticipating. It's a little bit insane that I'm not properly refuting this. Quite frankly. What should we do here? g3? It looks ugly. Yeah, now e5 is pretty strong, I guess. I have to exchange the queens. Rook b1 after knight takes b2. Rook e5, not a 4. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. Rook d3. Pretty sad move. Getting destroyed here. Destroyed. I'm not catching a breath. Okay, let's go rook d7 then. Ah, but then they take... Oh, okay, king f1, I guess. (4-0), good lord. Okay, knight f6, blunders the knight. I'm gonna have to go knight f4. Okay, let's keep the knights, the rooks obviously. When you're losing, that is the way. Okay, this smells. Now this is materialistic. Couldn't decide. Hmm. Yeah, this is not ideal. Let's try this. Quite sure I could have tried something much better. Um, that was my last try. Good game. We couldn't refute that. Let's see if we can do it in the third one. I'm gonna check the puzzle later. After this one, potentially. Sorry, Viking. P6. Okay, let's keep practicing this line. Oh, they go for a different approach here. Okay, this looks like a London. So potentially just B6. But I think E5 is also playable. I think they're just playing on the clock, quite frankly. Okay, rook E8 looks natural. E takes D4, C5. I'll try to go E4. Let's go for some attack. Okay. Let's go another fate. Okay, now we're gonna have to go C6 at some point. Is that moment now? Excellent question. Let's go C6. If takes, I get 96. Doesn't have under knight 65 after 96. Although, I mean, the queen sacrifice is interesting. I can see players like Hikaru and Daniel Naroditsky drawing that. Well, I mean, yeah. Formerly. Okay, let's get rid of the bishop. It's not doing much. E4. Rook AC8 makes sense. Queen gets out of the line of action. Let's try this and E4, knight G5. Let's go E4. Knight G5. Queen E5. E3. I like E3. Breaking in. Knight G4, knight E4. Knight D7. We've been managing our time better at this game. Need to reroute the knights properly. I think like 94 can't be wrong. Centralizing the knight. Rook e1, bishop h6. Actually, rook e1 takes, and knight d2. They go a5. What about knight c3? What is happening? Should I take? I think knight c3. Makes sense. Duck. Yeah, I was playing for tricks there. Of course it wasn't going to work. I think that's what I need to become stronger. Now I'm pinning my bishop. Didn't even realize. Yeah, I can't manage my time that poorly. I clearly got a nice position. Or an okay position. Knight c3 is a mistake. I should have gone rook e8. Knight hf6. What is the threat? Knight g4. Wow. Knight g4. With the idea of here? Okay. Yeah, complicated stuff that I need time for. Okay. What about the opening? What was the opening? Knight f6, this. Knight e4. Knight e4 here, of course. I thought about that. But I forgot about it. 8 takes d4, and then knight e4, of course. Here, knight c5, here. Okay, this works. D takes c5. Yeah, ideas revolving around knight e4 seemed right. Then here we were suffering a little bit until this position. Now it's back to equal. And yeah, we were doing well. This is now equal. Knight e4 is right. But here we started panicking. Although we did get the chance. Knight b5 is the best. Yeah, we were both. Now we're back to fine. No way. I was looking into this. Couldn't make it work. Wow. This works. I'm too slow. Okay, where are we going here? Come here. I just want to check the previous one. I want to know what one on earth I did wrong here. Yeah, I knew it was +1. It should be 5. I mean, knowing is one thing, and then winning is another. The 95 is the best, and then queen d6. It transposes. So Why would you delay this? I don't understand. Ah, because black gets 97. That's so important. Interesting. Colorado counter gambit. Okay. So here we should have gone 95. That's not easy to come up with. And bishop d7 just out of curiosity. Bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, d4. I mean, yeah. It's just a disaster. Okay, well. That's what it is. Blitz is, you know, you don't have time to refute these guys. These dubious lines. 95, queen d6, d4. What about this? What is e6? Queen e2. Yeah, the engine just thinks it's just a joke. But the engine is one thing and I'm another. Okay, let me check that. Thanks for your patience. Where is this? Lots to learn. A lot to analyze. Oh, I see. Okay, let's recreate this. Let's come here. Analysis. I could have clicked on this. Fine. Rook on e4, bishop on f3, queen h6, king b3, king b1, pawn f7, bishop h3, bishop d6. And that's it. Sorry, no, that's not it. By far. I feel like I've seen this before. I've seen this before. Definitely. Okay, it's beautiful. Thanks for this, Viking. It's boosting up my chess passion. It's a long sequence. It's a long sequence. But I feel like this is going to be extremely tough. Okay, white to play, right? White to play. Oh, no, no, no. Why on earth was the engine on? Okay, I didn't see it. I just saw rook e7 as the first move, but okay. We still don't know how it works. Sorry about that. I just spoiled the fun. Ah. Okay, white to play. It's made in 6. We know that. Because the engine was on. So what's the idea? What's the idea? Oh, I know the idea. Now I realize. Bishop c6, bishop takes a4, and after takes, king a2 and b3. I remember that. I promise that I've seen this before, Viking. Now I did spoil the first move, rook e7, but I still need to know the idea now. I've seen this before. My coach gave me this position once. And I think it's something along the lines of, like, clearly without this rook, you would have bishop c6. And it's black to play. Let's say black plays queen h8. You take king a2, queen b8. Okay, that's not working. I see. I see. Okay, the idea is that, of course, one of the first moves that you should calculate is f8 queen. But it turns out... What does it turn out? It turns out that there is no way to... f8 queen. Why is that not working? Bishop takes f8 is forced. Ah, no, there's also queen h4. Ah, there's queen h4. f8 queen, there's queen h4. And it's all gone. Because queen e1 is devastating. And there's nothing to stop it. So that's why you go rook e7, because not only you're threatening rook b7, which is much quicker, because f8 is not threatening queen b8 because of bishop takes b8. So f8, there's queen h4, very strong move. Queen e1 is mate, and there's nothing to stop it. So as a result of that, f8 is not working, so you're trying some other moves, and rook e7 is the other one. So rook b7 is a threat, that's why black has to take. Then f8 queen. Now the queen h4, there is queen b8, so they have to take, and then you go bishop c6. And the difference is that, after, for example, rook e7 takes, you don't go bishop c6 right away because there's queen h8, and after takes, king a2, there's queen b8. So you sacrifice these two guys. You play rook e7 to deviate the bishop, so that when you promote, you are threatening something. But then when you promote, you're also doing a second thing, which is blocking the 8th rank, so the queen is not getting back to b8 to defend b3. So rook e7 takes, f8 takes, bishop c6, and that's game over. Queen h4, we take, king a2 and b3. Sorry, Viking. I did spoil myself a little bit. If you have another one, go for it. That was amazing. I mean, let's just make sure that... Is it right? Am I allowed to turn on the engine? Okay, yeah. Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make the moves. I'm gonna make sure the engine agrees. So I'm gonna... I don't know how to do this. I'm assuming it's right. So it's right, okay. I didn't check any moves, I just saw if it's getting closer. Okay, it is true. It is right, it is correct. Okay, it is correct. What is the most challenging move here? Wait, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Okay, queen h8. Yep. Yep. And there's nothing. Nothing can stop b3. You have another game, another puzzle, go for it. I'm gonna play Blitz in the meantime. I have to play a little bit more confidently. We're getting a little bit too curious about the openings, because I am genuinely trying to understand d3. Okay, let's play an Alapin. Okay, what was the move here? e5 makes sense. Takes. g6 is a sideline. Go bishop c4. Bishop b3. Okay, let's castle normally. '94. Knight b5, d5. Probably d5 is the move. Gaining a tempo. Takes 6, 94. Rook e1. h3. Let's go 94. Let's take and play bishop h6. Gaining a tempo. Whoa. I think we're loosening up Black's position quicker than they are loosening up my position. Although when we get to these situations where I have a knight and I'm coming to f6, very often it's like you have to make sure it's working. Sometimes Black can tolerate all of the. I mean, it looks super scary when a knight lands on f6, but sometimes it's not working. I think bishop a4 is strong here. Rook e1. That's beautiful. That was a good game. For once. Let's analyze this. So c3. Yeah, it is playable. Many top players are playing it. Okay, Black goes knight f6. This is actually the main line. Sorry. I go e5. Knight d5. d4. Yeah, d6 is the main line. And after bishop c4, knight b6. Bishop e5 in this position. Although bishop b3 scores better. Yeah, but this is a very sharp position. No, not sure how much theory I need to know to not lose as white, which would be pretty pathetic. But okay, bishop b5. I mean, some positions you go bishop b3. So for example, if you had played bishop c4 here, bishop b3 has to be played here. And then after d5, he takes d6. Yeah, you get this line. And all of these moves are not obvious. There's a move knight a3 at some point. Where is this knight a3 move? It never happened. Send one now, sir. Perfect, thanks. Either way, d4, c takes d4, c takes d4. d6 is the main line. I was gonna play bishop c4, knight b6, and bishop b5. After d takes c5, knight takes c5, bishop d7, knight takes d7, queen takes d7, knight c3. We get to this main Alapin position. There's tons of theory. Pretty well covered, actually. Up to this point. But g6 is weird. g6 I play bishop c4. Castles, all natural. Wow, the engine likes a4 here. Not sure how reliable the engine at depth 24 is. But it likes a4. What about castles? Whoa, there goes the knight. I see. Okay, that's why they like a4. So what about knight a5? Bishop a2. Castles? No, b4, a5. Yeah. Wow, interesting. So a4 could be pretty annoying. So they have to go d5 according to the engine. Now we go to h3. We play with the center. Interesting. e5 is a big problem. Because I have a e6. Once again, it's not obvious. But I think it makes sense. Instead knight c3. Wow, surprisingly such a natural move is failing to obtain an advantage. Throwing the advantage away, I should say. And now it's just not working. And I go d5. Knight a5 was stronger, makes sense. So this gives me the plus back. And then this is actually working. Oh, I should have played bishop takes e7. Because there's rook e1 in the end. Didn't see that. What did I play? This, and then d6. Yeah, this is also good. Almost a double. Now this is decisive. Okay, well, learn something. What did you send? Whoa, okay. That's insane. That one I haven't seen. That one's a pretty creative one, huh? Rook b4. Oh, the bishop on b8. Good lord. Wait a second, this is just promoting to a knight. This is just promoting to a knight. Did you create this one? Am I right or am I missing something? Wait a second. Wait a second, what is going on here? Isn't it just promoting to a knight? Did I get it right? Like, am I... Completely insane position. We're not in check, right? We're not in check. Yeah, no, this is just promoting to a knight. Unless the exercise is something like self-made. Oh, we'll leave it here until we get confirmation. Sorry about that. Let's keep the ball rolling. I am Malenia. Let's play e4. We're done with all of that d3 stuff. Enough analysis to do. Yeah, let's play c3. Okay, takes on d4. c4 doesn't work because of queen e4, so let's play bishop e3. Now c4 works. Wait a second, this also works. Ah, this was the idea. Should have been a little bit more careful. Yeah, now I'm absolutely not getting an advantage anymore. That was careless by me. Okay, let's try a4. And king e2. Whoa. He's giving me the chance to not have such a bad position. Let's go rook d1, putting pressure on d7. provoking black to take on b5. If bishop takes b5, he takes b5, rook takes e5, rook d8. I invade. Can't be good for black. This is my quick analysis. It's difficult to keep up with the tension. Yeah, bishop e6 is chosen, ultimately. I can go knight d4. I can go knight a3. Knight a3, a6, bishop c4, I like. I need to exchange one of the bishops. I could have maybe sticked to the pawn. Okay, bishop c4 regardless. We're not falling into any trick. Bishop f5. Bishop g4 maybe makes more sense. And then rook d3. Or bishop d5. I want to go b4, so let's go rook c1. Actually, let's go rook c1. If takes 95 b4. And I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. That was not part of the plan. But we're gonna act as if it was. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be the way. Let's go rook d1. Invade. Okay, he's preventing my invasion of the body snatchers. 19 something. Okay, rook e1, e5, knight b3. And pray. Try to go rook b4. Or rook c4. I'm gonna choose the latter. a5. Knight c5. Getting mated here. Seems. Yeah, it's getting tricky. Let's go h3. Rook c8, b4. Takes on f3. Exchanging pawns when you're losing, of course. Okay, this one's tougher to make a decision about, but this is kind of working. g4. Trying to go for king e4. This falls into knight takes e5. What a comeback. Never give up. Thanks for the game. Yeah, definitely the the joy of winning is not as painful, is not as intense as the pain of losing. But we got that game. So we go d4, knight f6. Knight f6 already slightly unusual. Should have gone knight a3. We went bishop e3, kind of automatic. So what was the idea? Engine likes queen b3. Depth 50. Hello, Roger. How are you doing? Yeah, so knight a3 with the idea of bishop c4. I know with the idea of knight b5. Ah, yeah, bishop c4. Although knight b5 is also an idea. People play bishop b7. People go here, queen e4, bishop e3. Yeah, we just won a game. But we've been losing tons. Castles, castles. Okay, this is just blundering a pawn. So that's why people go c takes d4 instead, but then knight takes d4. And the idea is rook e1. Unusual position. Very unusual. Doesn't seem like we're getting much out of it. Yeah, now black is scoring extremely well. Could have gone knight bd2 here, according to the engine, but I go immediately wrong. Ah, I'm pretty happy to see this. Knight d7 was apparently the best, followed by a6, sorry. And then followed by castle short side. Ah, yeah, but this is not easy. But now we're back to being slightly better. Although we should have taken with the pawn. I kind of felt this. Yeah, b4, but a5. Rook d1. Okay, very sharp. Obviously very sharp. Let's continue with d6. Knight f6. We're gonna go for the Philidor endgame. Yeah. Oh, bishop e3. I see. Not prepared for this. Takes. f3, yeah. I can damage the pawn structure and go bishop e6. Not sure if it's a threat because white has rook a1. Okay. We provoked c4. This can't be right. Can't be. Where do my pieces belong? Let's go knight a6. I want to keep the idea of c6 alive. Ugh, maybe I should have started with knight d7 so I had f6. Okay, let's go knight b4. Are we not winning a pawn? Okay, we're winning a pawn. We're gonna push that knight back with h6. Aha. This doesn't work because of takes and bishop e6. Although they could take on d7, but that's, once again, not working. It's not working. Let's go back to bishop e6. Restore bishop activation. Knight b4. There's a funny move knight a2, but I don't think it works, so let's just go back. Knight c6. Bishop b5 is slightly annoying. I'm gonna have to play bishop d7 for like the 1,000th time. I don't want the pawns doubled. Yeah, that's annoying. It's a little bit annoying. Ah, yeah, this is pretty annoying actually. Knight d3 is a strong move. How did I miss this? e5 is weak all of a sudden. Oh, I have knight e7. Oh, this is a miraculous. This is a miracle, I should say. Knight d8. I mean, I still have to kind of sort this out. Let's go knight e7. Takes knight takes d7, being the main idea. If bishop c4, I go knight g6. This is the reason why I went knight e7. The reason why. Okay, now I'm gonna just close everything off. Like 95, no. Bishop b5, no bishop b5 anymore. Okay, now we're going to allow... Maybe we shouldn't have done that. It's going up and down. Now once again, e5 is weak. There's no good way of defending it this time. Knight f4, take 6. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay, 97 is not possible. Bishop g4 doesn't work. g6. How did I get to this position? Okay, bishop c8. Not extremely happy about this, but let's come here. Whoa, I'm lagging. Thought I fixed my internet issues. Well, if I'm still lagging, I'm gonna lose. Okay, I'm fine now. But I blundered. Amazing, amazing. Oh, I thought they were gonna go the other way. d6, infinite resistance, c4, bishop e4. Or this, f5. This is all hopeless. Bishop takes g5 was strong there. I'm not sure what I'm hoping for here. Kind of a stalemate. Good game. We were doing extremely well. I'm not sure what happened. I mean, sure, we did blunder here. So now we're no longer winning. Yeah, my knight. I shouldn't have taken that pawn. I shouldn't have allowed h5. I should have gone h5 myself. Would have said it would be that strong. But here, after c6, I feel good about this. My stream also lagged at the same time, yeah. Hello, Peter Finn, by the way. Peter Finn, a very strong player, guys. FIDE 2200. Although, around 2200, very strong player. Thanks for letting me know it lagged. Thought I fixed all of the internet problems. Ah, we should have analyzed this. Sorry. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna ban. I feel bad about abandoning. We're analyzing it afterwards. Let's go knight c3. This is a sideline. We go bishop c4, knight takes c3, queen f3. It looks like a scotch. Okay, queen f3 doesn't work. d3 seems like the main move here. May look a little bit unambitious. Okay, let's castle. Bishop e3, trying to go for d4. 94, putting pressure on c5. Oh, did I blunder bishop takes e4? I know. c4, bishop takes b6. Knight takes d4 makes sense. Bishop takes d4 maybe makes less sense. I was about to make the one that made less sense by accident. Let's go bishop f4, knight g3, potentially. Exactly 2200 at the moment. That is fine. Rook e1 looks natural. FIDE, yeah, FIDE. Send another nice post in the Discord, sir. Okay, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. So far, I've been pretty entertained. Thanks, Viking. Are you not entertained? Okay, bishop e5 looks like a move that slightly improves the position. Queen f3, g4, knight g3, knight g3, bishop g6, bishop e5. It's just a slow position. I just have to make slow moves. Potentially c3. Okay, now we're gonna go knight g3, hitting the bishop, bishop h7, and queen g4. This is the genius behind bishop e5. We're gonna take a pawn. Actually, let's take with the queen because my opponent, if you're listening to me, thank you very much. You are the reason why the world is still not such a bad place. Queen f5, a mouse flip. My opponent had the humility and the humanity of forgiving me. Even though they knew they were probably losing a pawn. A lot to learn there. Okay. Let's actually try to do something with this position. Alien Gambit, my leg is exact. He says it so much. It's ingrained in everyone's brain by now. Let's try to convert this extra pawn. Minimal advantage. Bishop d2. 94. I do have 40 seconds, so there is that part. Try to go d4. Bishop c2. Ugh, I knew it. I knew I was running into something. That was silly. That was pretty pathetic. How on earth, like, do I know, like, my... And I blunder 95. Ay, ay, ay. It's my fault. I'm not managing my time well. I'm blundering everything. Rook d1 is clinical way of winning this. Let's see if we can sort of complicate things. Rook d2. I resign. Oh. I was about to resign there. I mean, I can resign here as well. I think it's forced mate. We're still holding on. No way in the world we're holding this. Glimpse of hope. Knight g1. Schach. Yeah. We fought. Thanks for the game. Okay. Let's go g6, bishop g7. Knight c6. e6, knight g7. One of the difficult things to understand from this opening is that, or defense, is that g6, e6 Normally if you play g6, you don't play e6, because the dark squares are too weak. But given that white is going for something pretty slow, you can afford to lose it. Now I'm gonna create a hole on f5, hopefully. Trying to go for h4, immediately blocked. I'm gonna f5 either way, of course. But I'm gonna restrain. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna go b5. Things worked out our way, somehow. Despite us blundering knight b5, pretty poor. Go bishop b7. We're gonna castle queenside. It's a closed position. We're gonna go b4. We're gonna continue closing off everything. I think we have to go d4 here, now that knight e4 is not so easy. And also c3 is nowhere near happening. Let's go knight d5. With the idea of knight here. Knight e3, of course. We have knight e3 right away. Well, let's wait. We have a positional advantage here, if I'm not mistaken. Now, once again, go knight f5. I don't think bishop takes f5 is the way. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Which one should we take with is the next question. I mean, the light squares, no? This is insane. 93. h4. This can't be right. It can't be right. Let's sacrifice the pawn. Of course, we would rather not have that pawn, given that. Should sacrifice the exchange. Once again, light squares are decisive. It should be. Takes queen h1, queen g2 doesn't work. Maybe I should have included rook h8 like a normal human being. But here we are. Actually, it's fine. Rook takes e3, I go d takes e3. Queen takes e3, queen g2 is mate, and queen e2, queen h1 mate. So let's not. Nice. Thanks for the game. Let's keep playing. e4, g6, so we're playing a modern now. Let's play a modern in exchange. So let's play g3. That's if my camera just died. Give me a second. I will change it. Wow, that was super tough. There we go. There goes 40 seconds of my time. Okay, e5 makes sense. I think he takes d5 is also playable. But e5 we're dropping the pawn. We have to play this. We could have kept the tension. What am I doing? We can go to knight b3. We can go to rook e1. Rook e1 looks very natural. So 94, h4. 94, bishop e3, rook b1. Rook b1 makes sense to get out of that. Ah, I wanted h4. Sorry for shouting, people. Sorry about that. Okay, let's go h4. It was a waste of tempo. Let's accept it. Let's go 95. c3. Bishop e4. We can take. We cannot take. Can increase the pressure. Oh, that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. I'm just dropping a piece, aren't I? Oh, actually, I go knight g4. And I'm not dropping the piece. That was a lucky find. I'm lucky I had that. Very dynamic, as always. Okay. Duck. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. Bring back the knight. Rook c7, knight b6 is an idea. Knight takes c5 is working. So why would I do that? Okay, rook a7 is not working. Bishop d4. Okay, knight b6 doesn't work, and it never worked in the first place. Good to have that reality check. Knight a6, this is what I was hoping for. And we're back in the game. Back in the game. Bishop f3 looks strong. Wow. Whoa! I didn't even realize this was hanging. What am I doing? Wait, didn't I have rook d5 right away? Yes, I did. Ay. Everything's wrong. Try to trade pawns on the way. Okay, 6. Preventing, discouraging. Still possible. Just in time for king e3, I think. I have to be super quick now. This is where accidents happen. Ah! Yeah, this is resignable. Lower time. I'm too weak, too slow. Good game. Let's try d6. Knight f6. f4. This looks... Could transpose into a Sicilian. Could go d5, d4. Ah. Let's go e5. Claim that bishop c5 is coming. We get a 4 knights, but without the pawns on d7 and here. Which is pretty interesting. Probably benefits me. Knight g4. Castle short. Queen d6. I like queen d6. Now I want knight d4. Oh, sorry, biking, and now that I realize I did tell you I was going to check your puzzle. Oh, bishop f4. Okay, let's take here. Yeah, also that. Also that prevents my idea. Go for short. Check c3. So let's go queen g6. Wow, f5. Bishop d6, rook here. Bishop d6. Yeah. Okay. Queen h2 doesn't make anything, doesn't do anything. Queen e6. Ah. Okay, let's reinforce the advanced pawn. And I guess we're just playing this position. Let's go queen f6. Maybe I should have gone 95. Oh well. We have this endgame. Where do we want our knight? I think on d5. e4. b6. Queen e5. g5. We can force the queen exchange with g5. Do we want that? Queen h4? Queen e5? I like the idea of keeping queens on the board. Trying to go knight f6. Wow, we're both keeping the tension quite well. Queen d5, g6, g6, knight g7, king d5. Okay, knight d5 now. Wow. That's blundering. Queen f3, check. Whatever it goes, it's gonna be check. And king f1, queen f3, king e1, knight g2. Thanks for the game. Actually, that's interesting. After this, we're gonna go queen e3, queen e1. Okay, knight f3, we're gonna get this double king spawn. g6. It's the reversed click. Okay, let's take and play bishop c4. Okay, bishop g5, e5, rook e1, and bishop g5. Queen c1, rook b1. I mean, it's a very quiet position, this one. Maybe we can... Whoa. Maybe we can try. Going for f4, f5 I was gonna say, but then bishop e6 happened. I have to go bishop g3. Sorry. I have to improve this knight. This. Okay, now c4 makes sense. b3 essentially as well. Maybe a little bit of a passive move for that one. Okay, let's go f3. Rook d4 I allowed. I mean, it's fine. Queen a6. Planning to go rook d1. Oh, I'm lagging. Hope you guys can still hear me. Okay, not a 5. What is the trap? Rook d2, rook f2. Can also go queen c6 simply, because that's just a rook on its own. Planning to go rook d1 as soon as I get the chance to stop bishop d4 ideas. Rook d5. Thanks for the game. We're getting a winning streak somehow. We're getting g4. We actually got this earlier today. I think we can still go d6. c6. Trying to get a English rat type of structure. I think we can push d5 now, but let's go h6. Continue with our strategy. Our very sort of conservative strategy. Thanks, Roger. Yeah, this is a little bit annoying. Not gonna lie. Bishop e7. We're getting into this endgame. Or not. Duck. Taking here. Taking here. Rook takes and d takes e5, and it's just a pawn. And hopefully we're gonna convert this. Our king is pretty snug. On that square, we can go g6, knight d6 though. King e7. Knight takes b7, rook b8. I think that's fine. Maybe I underestimated this. Maybe I'm just allowing counterplay for no good reason. Yeah, that's probably the case. But the bishop on h1 is pretty bad. I still have my hopes high. Bishop f7. I don't really want to play g5. Let's play this, sacrifice this, come here. Bang, bang. Sacrifice all my pawns, you know. Classic, classic. Okay, let's defend this for once. King c5. Oh! Ooh, Yeah, very unprofessional. Mutual blunder. Okay. Bishop b3. That's pretty confusing. Knight e3, I think I have knight c4. Oh, but it's not working. King d3. That's pretty confusing. I wanted to confuse my opponent, not myself. Knight a3, yeah. Okay, knight c4 takes this. So let's go knight c6. I don't think there's any way to kind of undo that. Not falling into any checks. What a horrible game, this one. What a horrible game. There goes my rook. Oh, wait a second, knight c4. Yeah, it works. Goodness, I thought I was kind of bluffing there. That doesn't work. Let's exchange some pieces. Aye! I'm playing horror. Oh! Oi! Let's see. Totally getting flagged here. They need to take me to the right corner. This is the wrong one for now. I'm gonna get flagged here. Lucky save, lucky save. That was... Thanks for the game's damn thick. Yeah, this one was definitely pretty poor. I'm just trying to keep it consistent, and I did see that Leon Levac recommended d6 against g4. But I may be bluffing here. It is good. Of course, d5 is much better. And I think, what was the move here? d6 takes. What was the idea here? Queen b3 and f6, and it's fine. You give this up and it's fine. And after... And after queen b3 right away... What was it? e6? And 97. Strong. Because the threat is knight c5. Actually, why is knight c5 the threat? Queen b4? Knight c8. Wow. Crazy flag. I'll go to the toilet and I'll be back. And I think I'll play a couple more games and probably call it a day. Ah, you sent another one, another puzzle, right? Oh, yes, you did. I'll take a look at that one after that. Maybe I should set it up first. I'll set it up first. So we have a puzzle. Where's board editor? There we go. Clear board. Black. We're playing with the black pieces in this one, so let's flip. Let's not make the silly mistake, classical mistake of setting up the board and then realizing it's the other way around. Not h3, queen d2. Rooks on h8 and a8. 25, bishop b3. Rook a1. Okay. Going to the toilet, I'll be back. This is black to play and when we are in check. This one seems pretty tough, actually. We only have 4 legal moves. One of them is winning and the other ones aren't, I'm assuming. Is this the case, Viking? Assuming. I'm going to the toilet, I'll be back in a sec. No, I would say it's a beautiful puzzle. Okay, it's a beautiful puzzle. Thanks. Why did I say thanks? So we're in check. It's black to play. It can't be white to play. That's okay. If close your eyes. I'm closing my eyes. If it's on, okay, it was on, but I turned it off right away. Yeah. So the engine says we have an advantage. It's probably more than 0.8 because I turned it off so quickly, Viking. I turned it out so quickly that there's no way. Okay, so we're in check. We have king c7, king b6, king b5, and king d7. King d7 I reject right away because there's queen e6, king c7, queen takes h3, and we're just losing the knight for no reason. King b5 looks absolutely insane. Can't be that. I don't know, bishop a4 or c4. or a4. King b5, a4, king b6, queen takes d6. Actually, king b5, a4, king a5. It's not that clear, but king b5, queen takes b7. There we go. Queen takes b7, king a5. And we're probably losing there in some way. Actually, it's not clear even there. How on earth? King b5 not working. I mean, how on earth is king b5 is a blunder? I mean. So king b5 can't be right. I mean, even if it's right, it's not the first move that you should calculate. You should calculate something like king c7, okay? But king b5 can't be right. Like, worst case scenario. I mean, maybe it's fine. King b5, bishop c4, king b6. Now king b5, queen takes b7, king a5. And rook f1, let's say. And our king is absolutely exposed. So king b5 can't be the answer. So it's either king b6 or king c7. King b6, queen takes d6 is check. So automatically we are a little bit discouraged there. So my first candidate move is king c7. Serious candidate move. By method of elimination at least. Kind of the first move that I want to calculate is king c7. So king c7. What are white's ideas? King c7, what can white do? We're threatening... What are we threatening? That's another part. Another important question we have to answer before we can actually calculate. King c7? I mean, asking that question is already calculating, so I don't mean that. Scratch that. King c7, what are we doing? Knight f2? All good. Okay, everything's right. King c7. King c7. King c7. What are we threatening? I guess we're threatening perpetual. But then it wouldn't, like, by king, you're saying this is black to play and win, right? So we're not going for a perpetual. We're not going for a perpetual, so king c7, what are we threatening? If it was black to play again, what on earth are we threatening? Rook f8? Rook a f8. Rook a f8. And then rook f2, but then we're threatening to threaten to threaten. And that's a bad sign. Has to be quicker than that. Something quicker than that. How do I create threats quicker? Viking, if the answer is king b5, I'll be flabbergasted. I wouldn't understand it. Okay, I'm fidgeting with my pawn. As I would in an OTB game. It increases approximately 50 rating points. Rook f8. Knight f2. Okay, king c7. I mean, this is the tough thing about this one. We're not even, like, we're playing king c7 and then we're giving ourselves another tempo and it's still pretty unclear. So this is pretty... Black wins? Black wins? That's insane. Okay. Okay, so let me change the way I evaluate this. I guess that it's just one of those positions where black, I mean, black is simply up material, right? So black has an extra rook. And it's just all about solidifying. So, in other words, just defending the king and making sure that white doesn't have any more counterplay. So just consolidating is the word. So king c7 and king b6. King b6 can't be it because queen takes d6 and that's impossible. Like it's yeah, so king c7 is the first move. Now, queen f7 check. If it's not because of queen e6, like let's say if it was black to play again, now the answer becomes pretty obvious, which is just rook a f8. And after something like queen e6, let's say, we're going to give knight f2 check, king g1, knight g4. And then, once again, white doesn't have any other checks. We're probably winning that position because we're up we're up a rook. If white doesn't have anything to compensate for the rook, we're winning. So king c7, that's why queen f7 is the only move I see. Maybe we can calculate other moves along the way, but king c7, queen f7 is the only check I see, the only forcing move that worries me. Once again, if instead of queen f7, white were to play queen e6, for example, we just go rook a f8, and it seems like we're... check first, because we're dropping h3, so check first, and then rook a f8, and it seems like we're converting that advantage. Okay, so king c7, queen f7. Now what is going on? We go king b6, we go king b6, and then queen e6 worries me in that position. Now, the difference is the king is on b6 as opposed to queen e6 here, for example. So the king is on b6, and after queen e6, both my knight and my bishop are hanging. Both my knight and my bishop are hanging now. I do have check, king g1 and rook h6. So that seems fine. So what is it? King c7? King c7, queen e6. No, queen f7, sorry, king b6. What is the move here? Queen d7? Queen d7 doesn't worry me that much because we have rook h6. King c7, queen f7. King b6. Not worried about... Okay, what about bishop d5? Bishop d5 is serious because queen takes b7 is mate. Okay. Then we go knight f2 check, king g1, and that's not doing anything. So rook a b8, bishop d5, rook king... I'm calculating king c7, queen d5, king b6, bishop d5, rook a b8. There's nothing in that position. Doesn't seem like it. So we have to find the resource of white. White has a resource here. It can't be that easy. King c7, queen f7, king b6. Can also go king b8, by the way. Can go king b8. And then with bishop d5, we have bishop c7. We're making ourselves a little ball to protect ourselves. Defensive ball. Putting all our pieces together. But okay, king b6 if possible, because then the rook on a8 would be more active. So I'm just comparing now king b6 to king b8. King b8 being inferior in my opinion so far, because it wouldn't allow the rook on a8 to activate itself. So no news by Viking. I'm assuming I'm in the right path. King c7, I'm not finding the move. Queen f7, king b6. Don't worry, Viking. Like, it's fine. Don't let me... Like, I did say that, but I'm still happy to... Like, don't tell me anything. Don't spoil the answer. King c7, queen f7, king b6, queen e6. Queen e6, rook h6. Bishop d5, rook b8. There must be something. Something that makes this puzzle beautiful. What is it? Queen d7, knight f2, king g1. King b6, king c7, queen f7, king b6. I don't see it. Okay, maybe we shouldn't be calculating queen f7. King c7, something else. King c7, something else. Okay, what about rook f1? Rook f1, rook f8. Game over. Surely getting there, but still not fully. Okay. Thanks. King c7, queen f7, king b6. King b6. There's something there potentially. King c7, there's something in move 1 as well. Just don't see it. We're up a rook. We're up a rook. Queen f7, king b6. Queen e6, knight f2 check. And okay, I see. I see. So after king c7, queen f7, king b6, there's queen e6. If I go rook h6 right away, I'm losing the knight. So I have to go to knight f2 check first. King g1 is forced because of king g2, knight g4, and we're winning. King g1, rook h6, and then there's bishop f6 in that position. So that's where we have to do something about rook queen takes d6. Rook d8 doesn't work because bishop takes d8 is check. So we don't have time to take the queen. So king c7, bishop f7, king b6, queen e6. Knight f2 check first. King g1. Rook h6, hitting the queen. So bishop f6. And maybe this is where we shine. This is where potentially we have something, but even that should be fine if I make a neutral move. Is it knight takes e4, d takes e4, rook f8? King c7, queen f7, king b6, queen e6, rook h. Sorry, I keep making that move first. Check first, and rook h6, bishop f6. We take, defending the bishop, and then we go rook f8. The point being that now our queen is defending this. Actually, it's a little bit unclear now that I think about it. It's not this. I got excited. But surely it's in that path. King c7, queen f7, king b6, queen e6. Knight f2, king g1, rook h6, bishop f6. So maybe knight takes e4 right away and then rook f8. But then Viking, this is insane. I mean, this is GM stuff, which is fine. But like, I mean, this is what I would solve by preparing in my, I don't know, king's like invitational tournament. King c7, king b6, king b6, rook h6. I mean, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. If we're suffering this much. Am I in the... Not that. Oh no! King c7, queen f7. It's not that. Okay, king c7, queen f7. King b6, queen e6. I just don't know where white could have played better. Okay, maybe it's the line with... Okay, I have no idea. King c7, queen f7, king b6. I have no idea where white can go defend better. King c7, rook f1, rook af8. Rook takes f8. I know, rook f7 check. Rook takes f7, queen takes f7, king b6. Maybe that's where we can improve. King c7, rook f1. Rook af8, rook f7. Rook takes f7, queen takes f7. We can go king b8 now, safely. But then what? King c7, queen f7 is correct. Okay, nice. King c7, queen f7 is correct. King b6 isn't correct, I'm assuming. Maybe a4? Ah, a4 maybe. King c7, queen f7, king b6, a4. Knight f2, king g1. I have no idea. King c7, queen f7, king b6, a4. I mean, it can't be a4. I'm sorry. It can't be a4. I apologize, but there's no way it's a4. If it's a4, I'll be amazed in a positive way. King c7, queen f7, king b6. Queen f7, king c7. No, king c7, queen f7. King b6, you're telling me it's wrong. King b6 is correct. Okay, king b6 is correct. So what's the best move there for white? Help me out, please. I'm confused. King c7, queen f7, king b6. Everything's winning so far. King c7, queen f7, king b6 is correct. We're gonna make the move so people can see it. So the 4-5 people can see it. Ah, queen d7. Okay, we tried that out, but what is it? Queen d7. Okay, queen d7 is the move. Okay, let's visualize it now that we know then. King c7, queen f7, king b6. There's queen d7. Okay, queen d7. Black to play and win. Black to play and win. Queen d7. Thank you, Viking. Thank you. Queen d7. Is it knight f2, king g1, knight takes e4, d takes e4, c4, bishop takes e4, bishop c5? Our threat is queen f2, I guess. I mean, c4 is a threat as well. We can also go for c4. King c7, queen f7. Actually, we can go... This is a little bit worrying. So it's not that. This is insane. Almost there. Okay. So king c7, queen f7, king b6, queen d7, knight f2, king g1, knight takes e4, bishop c4. We have to stop queen b5. Actually, that's not true. We can allow queen b5. So we can, for example, we can make a waiting move there. Essentially. So we can play something like... Aha! So it's is this check this bishop c4, I'm assuming? But what is that even threatening? King c7 is fine. I guess d takes e4 is the threat. Is this the right position? Like, are we making progress? I know I shouldn't be making moves like this, but I'm just making sure we're not. Queen f2, king h1. But for example, now rook d8 would be working. Rook g8 is probably working. Is rook g8 probably working? No, not sure about that last one. Yeah, maybe this is not the way. Bishop c4 is only threatening d takes e4. So rook d8, bishop takes d8, rook takes d8, queen takes d8, bishop c7. We're winning. Because there's queen f2 and queen takes... Actually, maybe we should go queen f2 check first, king h1, and then rook d8. That's a little bit unclear. What about rook g8? No, sir, but knight f2 check is correct, but almost after it's not... Ah, okay. Well, I mean, king g1 is forced, and then knight takes... Oh, so this is not... Okay. Goodness gracious. This is insane. Rook h6? Good lord, I'm... Okay, let's not give up. Let's not give up. That's insane. Everything has been insane so far. Sorry, I can't think of another word other than, yeah, insane. Pretty insane. I think I'm gonna need help here, Viking. Knight takes e4 is the only move that I saw. And if I don't, it doesn't work. I don't know why. I must be missing something. I mean, rook d8 again. Bishop somewhere. I have no idea. What is the winning move here? Oh, knight g4. Queen takes d6, king b5. And knight takes e4 comes in, but not right away. Huh. Not right away. c4, queen takes d6. Rook h6. Bishop d8. It's a little bit unclear. Knight takes e4 comes in, but not right away. Good lord. Rook a c8. Now c4, bishop c7. That's insane. I don't know, Viking. Rook h6? I'm giving up here. My money is on rook h6. But bishop d8 is unclear. It's one move away from revealing the whole mate. Okay. Okay. One move away from revealing the whole mate. I mean, this is insane. 23 can't be. Maybe it can be 23. 23, queen takes d6, king a5. Nah, it's not 23. Queen takes d6, king a5. Let's say just king g2. Or rook f1. One move away from reveal. Is this even? I don't know. I have no idea, Viking. I give up. I give up. Which idea? Rook queen e3? Queen e3? Wow, that's insane. Queen e3? Queen takes d6, king a5, king g2. No, it can't be queen e3. If it's queen e3, that's insane. Like, that's unfindable. I give up. I don't know. Help me. Help me from my misery. I truly give up. This is insane. I wasn't expecting such a monster. I guess that you saw the first two and you were like, oh, he solved them pretty quickly. And then you gave me this super... There you go, David. There you go. Suffer with this one. That's insane. It's queen e3. Okay, Viking. There's no way. Like, if I had solved this, like if I had said, oh yeah, no, king c7, queen f7, king b6, queen d7, knight f2, oh, queen e3. If I had done that, I would have been pretty happy. If I had done that, like, I don't think even... Actually, I was gonna say not even Hikaru, but Hikaru, you know, those guys are on a different level, so potentially they would have probably found it. I mean, with the time that I've taken, definitely. Well, that's insane. Thanks for that, Viking. King c7, queen f7, king b6, queen d7. There's check, and queen e3, which is insane. I mean, I've never seen this pattern. So you're bringing the king here, and then you're getting knight g4. I don't even understand what's going on. Like, what if check? Are you sure? This is black winning. That's insane with queen. Okay, king a5. I thought about this, but I rejected it after this, and this. But black is winning after. Okay, c8. With the idea of queen e2. That's insane. That's just out of my mind. Everyone's mind. That's like complete madness. I was never gonna solve this. But I appreciate you giving me such a tough puzzle. This is insane. This is like top, like it doesn't get any more difficult than this. This is as difficult as it gets. I've seen artistic studies considered to be the hardest in existence, making more sense than this. This is a proper calculation exercise. By any chance, did you take it from a chess-based India video, like that they gave to, I don't know, Prague and all of these guys? If you did, please send me the link. Actually, if you took this from a book, please send me the link, or wherever you took it from at the Discord. This is insane. I want to see top players trying to solve this and compare myself with them, and then get disappointed by when I realize that they actually did solve it. Hello, Man-Made Chopra. Very strong player, guys. FIDE rated 2200, if not more. Welcome, Man-Made. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told you last time. You're too strong for this. I just failed miserably at a puzzle. But I appreciate you. Okay, well, let's play a little bit more and then, you know, be happy for the rest of our lives. They've been very interesting games. No, I use custom puzzles to train my puzzles, sir. So you took this from a custom position, like you, who gave you that? Like the leeches gave you that? Like you went to puzzles and then you went through the toughest you could find. That's insane. That's out of my mind. Completely another level. I think I've never seen such a thing. Like knight f2, king g1, queen f2, and then it's just insane. It's far from my level. But I would like thanks for that, because I've been playing chess for more than 10 years and I keep finding these patterns that somehow I haven't encountered before. Okay, we're playing an Alapin, bishop e2, of course, knight takes e4, run into queen a4 check. So knight c6, now we have to defend the pawn. So we go d3. Sorry. So black goes a5, and we have to approach this in a sort of Spanish-like structure. We're gonna go h3, ask the question. Bishop e6, okay. Now, we're gonna rook e1. d5 is not playable yet. Because if d5 we take, if queen takes d5, okay, this simply blunders this. But even after queen takes d5, I think knight takes d5 was playable. And the idea is that we're winning a pawn after knight takes e5, bishop takes h5. Okay, they take the bishop. We take back. I was wondering for a second if I should have taken with the rook instead of the queen, because the queen is on the e file. They're probably gonna go bishop d6, trying to cheese me. Sorry. Of course, we don't use that type of language here. I mean, it's not like it's a swear word or anything, but we use proper words. At least we try. Go queen f3. Now we're hitting this knight, not truly a threat because of bishop h2, this cover check, getting our queen. Chess.com, you can set it to how strong you want, and that was 24 plus 2400 level. Good lord, that was just 24. I was expecting that to be like 4000. That's pretty disappointing for myself. But thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know, because it's helps me figure out where I am. Could have taken on b7. But I guess that b2 was a little bit weak. Now I can take on f8 and take on b7. Actually, a little bit unclear. A little bit unclear. So if rook b8, we go queen e4, so they have to kind of take, and my idea was knight e5. So now we're hitting both the queen and the knight. I could have taken here, but then queen takes e4 and it's unclear. Here my idea was once again to hit the queen. Queen b6 is playable. Yes, it seems. Can't we take play knight d7, rook d8 is forced because rook e8, knight f6, and rook c8, knight takes b6, so rook d8, knight takes b6, and we're probably winning there. Because if rook a6, there is rook d6, and if rook b8, a5. Okay. We can push b4. We can exchange one of the rooks. Actually, oh no. Actually, we can take here and play a6. I know, rook d1, king h2, rook a1 is saving the day. But I think we can go a6 right away. Rook d6, we go a7. This, we go a7 regardless. Not a8. We take, play rook e7, and it should be game over. Rook e5, hitting the pawn. But then knight e8. Knight a8, sorry. Okay, let's go b4. This is not easy. It never is, actually. Okay, let's go b4. Let's go b4, let's go b4. And claim that the connected passed ones are enough. Okay, let's go rook c1. Knight a8 was the most resistant way of playing there. Gonna come down to time trouble as always. Rook takes b4, rook takes c7. We're promoting next move. This we check. And take. And check. Take. We have more than enough time. Thanks for the game. I think that one... What was going on there, actually? Bishop g4 was pretty premature. I had seen bishop g4 only after white completes development. Oh, I can go d4 here. Because there's d5 and then queen a4 with the same idea. That's good to know. And after castles, d5. This is the actual way of playing. And that of d2. What's the threat? c4. c4, rook e8, h3. And yeah, essentially play this Benoni. $4,000 I would never find. Did you actually find that one? That's insane. You're strong, Viking. So what is going on? Bishop g4, castles. a4 is wrong then. I mean, I should have gone... No, castles is fine. e5. The engine goes a3. Okay, let's say h3, because the engine is kind of confused. Let's say bishop h5. Not a3 directly without a4. Bishop e7. Then takes e5. Okay. Pretty tough to see all of this, huh? But knight takes e5 worked. Apparently. Why did it not work here? But with the knight on a3... There's queen g4, obviously. Yeah, no, this is pretty crazy stuff. But the point is that the bishop h6, bishop f6, the rook fd1. And queen a6 is forced. Whereas before, I guess queen c2 is annoying. Not sure. Engine lines. But okay, knight a3 was h3 followed by... And if bishop d7 we go rook e1, if bishop e7, a3, castles. The engine likes going for a3, b4. Interesting. What about rook? What about a6? Knight bd2. What about d5? b5 and we're taking on e5. Fair enough. Fair enough. Sure. Okay. b4 and then a6. And then knight bd2 and then d5. Takes, bishop b2. And our threat is bishop f1 and put pressure here. Okay. Let's follow. Took me days, but eventually, well, you're amazing. Let's continue with the Sicilian. No, wait. I completely forgot about that. Oh, we're playing against the Smith Mora. Okay, let's take. Normally I have this position with the white pieces. Let's start with e6. I think bishop b4 is strong. Let's play knight c6, knight g7, and knight g6. Playing by memory a little bit here, which is not ideal, especially against something like the Smith model. But I think this is fine. It's an extra pawn. Okay, let's castle. We can allow this because we have 95. We can take and play knight d4. Okay. Fearless. Fearless chess. h6. Okay, bishop h6, bishop f6 is the only move. So, oh, I see. Oh, I see. I'm losing, I think. I am losing. So I have to go g6. Bishop f6, e5. Which I completely missed. Ah, but I can take on a1. I mean, I can also go g6. Essentially, that's better. Because then bishop takes f8. Knight takes a1. Seems like it's fine. Yeah. So now rook e8. With the idea of bishop f8. Now king h8 with the idea of rook g8. Getting a little bit squeezed though. Oh, that would have been a horrible move. Okay, what about d5? Trying to get e5 somehow. I'm up a pawn. Okay, that makes sense. h6 is kind of only move. Yeah, this is a little bit scary. Bishop f8. Getting a little bit crucified along the h-file. Not nice. We're running out of time as well. Which is not nice. Let's go for this. 25. Okay. Bishop d7. Okay, rook c8. And pray. Okay, now we're defending. Bishop c6 is in the air. You know what they say, queen on e5, there's no mate. Oh, what am, oh, whoa, whoa. I thought that was winning. Okay, I didn't calculate any of this, but I'm lucky that it's working. Bishop b4. Doesn't work. Let's take. We should be winning here. Okay, I didn't see that. d2, d1. And we are winning. Ah, rook b4 check was better. It's fine. The primitive way works. Oh, that was mate in one. Thanks for the game. How to go from 2140 to 2300. Uncle, you know the journey. Only you know the journey. Um, I just started working tons of on my openings. To play the opening by memory is just good in so many ways. It saves time on the clock as well, and you need that time to calculate later on. Let's play f3. Treat this as a dragon. I think I can go bishop d3. But h3 is annoying. I misplayed this already. Slightly. h3 makes sense. Why not? Knight f2. Bishop h6. No, that's craziness. Knight f2, I have to take it. This is losing. Okay, we can take here and then castle short side and we're winning. Queen g6 should be winning. Which one is the most winning? That's an excellent question. I think Queen g6 should be winning. Pretty convincingly. Let's try to really squeeze the most out of this position. Rook h7 doesn't work. Queen h7 doesn't work. Bishop e6. G takes f3. Keeping the tension. Now I'm gonna castle queenside. Okay, what is the threat? Rook h7. Maybe I'm pushing it. Rook g1, bishop f7. It's about time to take on f7. Oh no, rook g1. There we go. And there's no more playing around. I'll take. Now we take. Thanks for the game. That was a pretty instructive one, actually. We got into this modern stuff. We treated it as a... f3 is a very weird move. Just trying to restrict knight f6. Rook h8 was beautiful. Did it work? Oh, if I missed it, let me check it. Okay, rook h7 right away. Yeah, rook h7 I can consider, but I thought they were going to sacrifice the queen somehow. Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, that would have been nice. But where's the mate? Oh! This is mate in 3. Oh, this would have been beautiful. But that's not what you meant. You meant rook h8. I'm not sure if this in this position. Ah, rook h8, I see. Of course, of course. Of course. What am I doing? What am I doing? That would have been beautiful. Yeah, this would have been the best. Well spotted. What's your FIDE Viking? What's your FIDE rating? Approximately. You don't have to give it the exact number. Is he Mexican? No. D5. Let's play the Sicilian. Oh yeah. Have I played against him before? I saw this somewhere. Yeah. Pretty modern. Pretty modern. Let's go D5. Seems right. Queen D6. Queen E5. Knight C6. Knight F6. I actually don't have a FIDE rating because I don't play FIDE tournaments. Wow. Why not? Knight F6. Queen C7, A6. May I ask? Feel free to not answer, of course. Knight F6, Bishop G7. I'm wasting time here. Okay, let's play H5. Let's flank it to the queen. Nah, okay. Actually, kind of, I don't have anything else. Fortunately, I'm gonna have to go for this. Yeah, I was worried about that for a second. I guess I have to waste. What a disaster, actually. Wait, I could have gone queen. Oh no, I couldn't. Not sure if the knight is coming back. Not entirely clear. Not entirely clear. I got aired. Viking, sorry, you were trying to escape. No, thank you for joining and thanks for all the work you've done and thanks for the donation. You did like I really appreciate all of that. That was all pretty amazing. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Okay, B6. I got aired. What happened? Okay, bishop G7. I know. Blundering C5. Okay, now we're doing well. We're doing pretty well. Let's exchange pieces, given that we're up a certain amount. Okay, 97. Let's exchange pieces. That's the long castle. I'm joking. 95. We have to play much quicker. Oi, 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 oi. That's frustrating. What is it, material balance? Is it 3 pieces for the rooks? Or 2 rooks? I think so. If that's the case, then it's a little bit unclear still. Blunder this guy, of course. All part of the plan. Yeah, this is game over. That was such a waste. Good game, Emilio. Let's go for another one. Oh, they're gonna go for a French, huh? Oh, he knows the sideline. He's well booked. I'm gonna go for d4. That's castle. Put our king into safety. Okay. King h1, always a useful move. I'm gonna try to stop black's avalanche and the queen side, although maybe that's already too late. Yeah. Black manages to somehow close off the king side, then I have nothing going on for me. So I'm gonna go for takes and knight d4 as a result of all of those concerns. As a result of all of those concerns. I'm gonna go f5 actually. Blunder knight g4. And I'm more than happy to exchange. Now that the bishop is on e6, there's bishop b5 at the end of the line. What was I saying? I'm more than happy to, yeah, sacrifice the exchange. C takes d4, okay. h3 is a counter move. I'll go for it. Yep. Bishop d5, trying to exchange. But that's very double-edged. Let's see, queen a4. I mean, we can take and play knight h2, we can play bishop f4, now this is kind of a threat. Re-enabling h takes g4, actually. Wow. Okay, let's just go queen d2. Because it's a little bit unclear after queen takes d4. Especially in a blitz game. Especially. We're gonna play rook c1 and checkmate our opponent. Okay, I'm joking. h64, h64, knight h2, bishop, queen 64. That looks winning, but it's unclear. So let's go rook c1. That knight on g4 can't stay there for forever. Okay. Or maybe it can. h64. Can go king at g1. King g1, no, h64. Okay, it's time to take that. Can't resist. I have bishop b5 at the end. Ah, no, I don't, because queen takes d2, bishop takes d2, and g3. Oh dear. Bishop g3? There's no way to exploit this pin, at least for now. Black's pieces are so inactive. Rook f4 is my idea. Rook c7 is another one of my ideas. Okay, let's go rook f4. Now, queen f2, that's converting the advantage, right? Because if the queen moves bishop g6, so queen takes f2 is kind of forced. And then I'm protecting this. And I guess bishop g6 is a threat. That's annoying. That's a little bit annoying. Bishop f4? But then that's hanging. Okay. Rook c7. Bishop b5. Let's take this guy. Okay, he's playing quickly. A good sign. Actually. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There's no way. Okay, I think now I'm escaping. Finally, I can use my knight. Give me that guy. Bang. Thanks for the game, Emilio. Okay, what do we play here? Let's play a Caro. Fantasy variation. What was the line here? Let's go knight f6. Let's go d6. Play pretty modernly. He's pre-moving Emilio. He got angry. Takes knight g4. Whoa, that can't be right. Castle short side. And queen a5. b5, c5. By the way, I was joking when I said he got angry. Of course, he's just pre-moving. I don't mean any trash talk. I apologize. Okay, what do we do here? b5? It's actually not that simple. Maybe this is theory. Okay, let's go knight d7, knight f6 first. And think about what we're gonna do next. Okay, a5, throw pawns. Makes sense. a4. b5, ab, bishop b6, queen b6, queen b4, a6, 98. Tons of moves, tons. I want to go bishop d7. e5, I go knight d5, I sacrifice that. More than happy to do that. Let's sacrifice the pawn. They don't take it. Reasonable. Let's go b4 instead. He has an enormous advantage. Time advantage. He's gonna try to capitalize on that. Go rook 8 and c5. Okay, now he's thinking. Makes sense. Queen c5, rook c5, g5 is the idea. Let's sacrifice that. 94 was my original intention. It's not amazing, actually. Hey, rook f5. Oh, rook f5. Let's slow down here for a second. Okay, I don't have time. Let's take here. Let's take here. Or play rook e5. No, let's take here. No, I'm gonna take here. Okay, we got this position. Not great. Not losing either, I think. We're in the losing side though. And now we're officially losing. Not sure if we're losing now. That I blundered. He saw all of that. He's good. Good game, Emilio. We got a good position out of the opening. Okay, let's play the sideline. Let's play quickly as him. If not, he's going to win in on time as well. Knight c2. We're gonna go d4 right away. We're gonna take this pawn. I absolutely forgot about that. Absolutely forgot about that. Pretty embarrassing. Let's refresh. d4. Okay, castle short. 95, 93. King h1. 95. Knight c6 is a threat. Queen c7 potentially. Queen h5. Taking my queen to h3. Okay, let's take here. Play f5. Or 93. Queen h3. Keeping an eye on e6. Okay, bishop d2. It's okay, Viking. It's okay. I'm sorry I couldn't answer that earlier. Whoa. That's a very bad pre-move. Why would you do that, Emilio? Okay. Now we have to be accurate. This is the time. This is the time to be accurate. So we can start with queen g3. We can keep the tension here. Blunder this pawn on the way, of course. Classic. We have knight takes d5 though, luckily. With 97. Bishop d6, bishop f4. Or bishop h6. Check. Take. Rook c8. Come in here. Bishop e5, h3. Queen f3. We can go rook c8 now. King g8 take and bishop c1 is the old way. For those who don't want to calculate, bishop d6 here is the equivalent to that as well. d2. I think bishop e5. I'm gonna go for bishop e5. Actually, bishop d6 I like. Queen e1, king h2. Thanks for the games. I think I'm gonna call it a day now. It's been 4 hours. If you guys watched some of that, I am very grateful. It's been a good run. My original idea was to practice 1d6, but given that I wasn't playing that incredibly well, I changed to some Alapin, some well, anti-Frenches with, in this case, at the end, f4, e5. This is actually not that dubious. And yeah, I think I also changed to 1e4, kind of freestyle there a little bit. But yeah, thank you, Viking. You need to sleep. It's super late there. And thanks for that donation as well. You didn't have to, don't worry. But I'm extremely grateful. But yeah, thanks everyone. And I will be uploading videos soon. I will see you on Wednesday.